when the Democrats are speaking, it's sane. It's when the Republicans speak.
Right.
And there's a couple things. So the first thing I wanted to talk about is the Republican lawyers. And there's been a lot of hoo-ha that shown Trump's lawyer, he's an observant Jew. So first, he asked for this to, for there to be a break over Shabbat. And then he rescinded that. And usually when you see me as a kippah on. So yesterday, and I only saw the pictures. I saw some of what he said, and we'll talk about that too. But every time he took a drink of water, he kept going like this.
He's looking for his kippah.
No, there's a prayer.
Yeah.
There's a prayer you're supposed to say. Yeah.
So someone said, why didn't you just wear your kippah? And he said, and I want to ask this group, that he didn't wear it because he thought there'd be an anti-Semitic backlash or whatever. Do you think there'd be an anti-Semitic backlash if he wore a kippah on the Senate floor?
No, I don't.
I don't either.
I think it would show strength, conviction. I think it doesn't show conviction when you, if would he normally be wearing it when he goes into the courthouse, into the courtroom? Well, then he shouldn't make an exception for Trump. I mean, and for this particular situation, because I love what Rabbi Sachs says. He says, for people who are not Jewish, have so much respect for Jews who are proud to be Jews. And I think it would exemplify respect. And it's true, there might be some people anti-Semitic. It wouldn't be because of his kippah, it would be his name. It would be something. They're looking to find some kind of negativity. And I think wearing the kippah, let's face it, somebody who's Muslim, are they going to take off their, is a woman going to take her headpiece off? So, I mean, she wouldn't. I mean, for religious reasons alone, what would Hashem want? You know, he should ask, not what other people who are observing him, but what is the laws? What would Hashem, what are the laws? And he should go by that.
So you think about, keep that, Elaine, and then I have a comment from.
Okay, I think I'm being cynical, but I think he's just doing it to make a point that anti-Semitism is there and he is the victim, like Trump has made the victim. And I agree that if you normally wear a yarmulke, you should always wear it. And that there would always be people who will be anti-Semitic, and there are people who are not. But I think that his reasons are more diabolic than he's admitting.
So, Paula, go ahead.
I think it was evident that the Trump's team had no strategy. So if the strategy can be to draw attention to something other than what you're there for, then that can create some dialogue, but it has, that's all I see in it.
Oh, excellent. Howard, did you want to say something?
No.
Okay. So a couple of things. One, there was a rule that you can't wear a hat in the Senate, on the Senate floor. Now, a kippah is not a hat. And Ilan Omer, I know she's in the House, but she brought up something to wear a hijab, a head covering. And other people, I'm sure, I assume Joe Lieberman wore a kippah. And rabbis who come in, remember we had the thing on Sunday morning, they wore kippah. So it's not a hat. So I agree with you that you should always keep it on. And all three of my kids went to Solomon Schechter Day School, and the boys had to wear kippot all the time. And I took my youngest shopping and to the Jewel, and we went in, and he still had his kippah on, and we got in, and people started smiling at him, which he hated. And he goes, and I saw him go to take his kippah off. I said, no, once you're in and people saw you, you have to keep it on. When you get to the car, if you want to take it off, you can. So, you know, I think that's kind of like what Marilyn is saying, you know, once you make that statement, it can't be like off, on, off, on. But here's my question to you all. Do you think Trump told him to take it off?
Oh,
Pamela, we're talking about Trump's Jewish lawyer who kept going like this when he had water, and he usually wears a kippah and he wasn't yesterday.
well, that's,
All right, Howard and then Paula.
Yeah, I don't think that Trump was in contact with these people at all. All I heard about him yesterday was that he was real unhappy with his defense team. He was very impressed with the Democratic, what's his name, Raskin or
Raskin.
yeah, he was excellent. And Trump said that that he was much better than his defense team. So I don't think Trump had anything to say before this trial to this particular lawyer. He was really mad.
He was bad, and the one from North Dakota, wherever that Castor, he was kind of awful. All right, Paula, go ahead.
oh, I was going to agree with Howard. I don't think that Trump there's no input to be given because there's no case to defend.
Right.
And I think that, you know, if he wants to play both sides against the middle and try to still court the white supremacists and the Proud Boys and the ultra Orthodox, I mean, there's just too much going on here. I don't think he even has the intellect to contribute to that decision.
Yeah. On Facebook, so the Jewish lawyer ended with a poem. And I saw on Twitter, someone said 3 years of law school, 25 years practicing law, you know, however many trials, no poems. And that, of course, that was on CNN. And I didn't get it. I mean, and I know they're trying to fill time, and that's what some of the commentators said, that that guy from wherever he's from, the other lawyer, he can just talk about anything that has nothing to do with anything. So, you know, that was also, you know, and we know that there's lawyers who left and they had to get the new team in and so on and so forth, but wow. And, you know, Jamie Raskin, I told this story, well, I'll just tell it again. And you probably know, his son died, committed suicide. And then the next day he had to go back to work.
Right. It was yesterday. Yeah.
Right. Right. He told us, and he said, so on January 6th, he brought his daughter and his son-in-law, and, you know, they were locked in their room and they thought they were going to die. Mm-hmm. And I can't even imagine that type of fear. And then when Jamie yesterday, when he was Congressman Vanessa said, you know, I told my daughter, next time you come, it's not going to be like this. And she goes, Dad, I don't want to come. I don't want to come back to the Capitol. And Raskin said that's what hurt him. And, you know, that the Capitol should be a safe place. And it was very heartfelt, and he is brilliant. And what he's gone through in the past month is, you know, unspeakable. And so I think, and he did get kudos, both from the, you know, from Trump and then the Republican lawyers. But, you know, obviously they couldn't find anyone, or Trump couldn't find anyone to, you know, of that caliber, certainly. Paula, go ahead, and then Elaine.
Well, a reputable lawyer cannot defend the untruth of a stolen election because it's been disproven. So, you know, all they can do is spin around with what they're doing. They've had no time to prepare because no one with any morality will take the case.
And there's also been a lot of talk, you know, contact your senators. Now, I always feel like in Illinois, our senators are going to vote the right way. Our senators, my congressman is Brad Schneider. I don't know where you live. All right, Marcia, I'll see you one second. So, and how and the commentators have said that this is, it's a done deal. They're not going to convict him. Marcia Rosenbaum, and then and then Elaine, and go ahead, Marcia.
I was just going to say that I can't believe after seeing the constitutional proof from the Democrats that people could still vote to dismiss it because of it's unconstitutional when it's clearly not. And they showed case after case after case. So what I texted a friend who is on the same page as we are, I just said, don't confuse these senators with the facts. They've already made up their minds. They just totally disregard their oath to keep an open mind. They don't want to hear the evidence. And I thought it was disgraceful that they weren't even looking at they were shuffling papers around. It's like, I just don't understand it when it's in front of their faces and they were there. Anyway, I'm just venting.
Agreed. Elaine.
Okay, number one, they voted yesterday that it is constitutional. So that's why they're going on with this thing. But you have to remember that the vast majority of the Republican senators supposedly agreed with Trump. And now they cannot disavow what they said because for a month after the election, or however long it was, they were saying that they were agreeing with Trump that it was stolen. Now, all of a sudden, you're going to have a complete turnaround. It is not going to happen. And that is the crime of the whole thing. And hopefully the only thing that people can do is show their displeasure at the ballot box whenever these people come up for re-election. But that is the reason, because when you say black is white so many times, you sort of get stuck in the lie.
Agreed. Paula.
I think that they can give themselves a bye if they vote either to have a secret ballot where they might get their testicles back.
Yes.
Yes.
I saw that, a secret ballot.
A secret ballot, or they could rely on the 14th Amendment and censure him.
Right.
And so if they don't vote for impeachment, which we all here, all of us feel that should be the case, there are still a couple ways in which justice could be served and he could be removed from ever holding another federal office. That's my hope.
Blair, go ahead.
Yeah, I feel that the way to go is a secret ballot. And I feel that they're, whether you call it impeachment because of the constitutional reasons that they're saying that it is not an impeachable offense or whatever, there needs to be consequences for his behavior. He clearly, verbally and non-verbally, caused the insurrection and caused all of this damage. And so the consequences should be put in place so that he loses all of his benefits.
That would be fantastic. So let's look at this. This is from a friend of mine who's a professor. The Eichmann, he's younger. The Eichmann trial was before my time, although it was before my time too. What did his defense look like? Was it he didn't do it, or yes, he gave the orders but didn't actually carry out the actions himself and isn't responsible for the actions of other, or he's guilty but the death penalty is wrong, or the court doesn't have jurisdiction or some reason. Now, we do know that Eichmann was hung in Israel and he, that's where he went to court. This is a Jewish historian who comments on this. Mm-hmm. There is a need to draw a line between the leaders responsible and the people like me forced to serve as mere instruments in the hands of the leaders, Eichmann wrote. I was not a responsible leader and as such do not feel myself guilty. He also maintained it was not just orders by supervisors, but state policy, and therefore he shouldn't be tried. Comments?
Hmm.
I mean, I am, as is my, friend here, comparing Trump to Eichmann. All right, did someone want to say something?
I don't know. Today, if you watched any of the Democratic managers lay out the case for today, laying the path that was created over months and months that led to the insurrection, it was very clear cut that the responsibility was there and the ownership is there for creating. Did he actually kill that policeman himself? No. But his actions directly led to the disastrous day.
Right.
Yeah.
What about his support? I mean, they are showing footage, which we haven't seen, and the, where they shoot the people inside the Senate, just shoot, and that woman died. I mean,
I don't know how the senators can be unmoved by what they're witnessing again. To me, it would be a flashback of, post-traumatic stress, that this is the worst thing buried in my brain, and now it's coming before me every hour of this trial. How can they just be doodling on yellow pad of paper and ignore it?
agreed. I know. Elaine, you're going to have to unmute. We'll wait. Oh, there's your phone.
Why can you hire fire in a closed building and not be responsible? And he hollered fire, okay? I mean, it's as cut and dry as that, okay? But everyone covers their little tushies, and this is what the senators are doing, because he does have all of these supporters and they're afraid that they'll lose the next election. And it's more important for them to stay in power than to do the right thing. I mean, we can debate the right thing. Of course it's right. But how many people do that?
Yeah.
It's a sad, sad commentary.
Very sad, Howard.
Yeah, I just want to play devil's advocate for just a little bit.
Okay.
I think everyone on this call agrees that what he did was an impeachable offense. I don't think there's any question about that. I haven't heard anyone come close to saying that. The problem is that in this particular case, just like with Nixon, until the vast majority of the people give their impression to their senators that they want him out, it's not going to happen. Now, according to the latest polls that I've seen, about a week ago, it was roughly 50-50 in the country, people who wanted him removed. As of this week, just as of yesterday, I think it was 48% that wanted him removed, and 52 that said, let's get on with this. And again, by playing devil's advocate, I think that part of the reason that you won't see these senators change their mind unless or until there's a much more public interest in this is that unless they feel it's going to hurt them in their particular districts and that there's no coming back from it, they're not going to be pushed to go on. The second thing is that in these times, there's a lot of people that say, look, all this is horrible and it should have never happened and it'll never happen again, but we have to move on. If they decide to have witnesses at this trial, it could take months. If they don't, it could be over in another week. The country has so many other problems, things to worry about, that it's just time to move on. That's the argument from the other side as far as getting this over with, and not having him removed from office. He's already out of office, and that's just another idea.
Right. I mean, I also agree with that there's so much to be done. I don't even think they've, approved everyone for the cabinet and so on and so forth. So, We do have, there's so much to be done. Joyce, and then I have another question for Howard. You need to unmute.
I agree wholeheartedly with you, Howard. There's no question that the time, the expense, the devotion to the cause is taking far more from our necessary efforts in areas that are desperately needed. And I believe that the best thing that could have happened to me is the silencing of Trump by the websites that he was so popular on and every day with his, and those kind of things where we could just put him to the side and everybody could watch while he disintegrates, so to speak, and the government could get back to the tasks that are right at hand. I agree with Howard. There's no way that this man will ever come back to a position of leadership that he would dream of in this country.
Well, so that's my question again, and I don't know enough about this, and maybe Paula does, but is there some way, if you censure him, if you do something so he can't run again? This morning, Twitter did ban him permanently, and which I am thankful for, because it's taken, it pops his balloon. He can't say anything. It's like a relief not to wake up every morning and what foolish thing did he say? The question is, how do you get it so he can never run again? Paula.
Well, I think he's going to be a convicted felon, and that will answer that question.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Between the state of New York and now the state of Georgia, he will be criminally prosecuted.
Yes.
He's not going to win all those cases because he's not going to be able to hire attorneys again.
Yeah, I saw that this morning, that Georgia's going after him.
I think that that's how they'll get rid of him. The Republican Party is at a crossroads morally between not wanting to lose his base and trying to retain the values that they used to have. They're not all terrible people. There has to be a place for the party in the future. And if he could get prosecuted and convicted in a state case, then he can't run for office as a convicted felon.
Okay. Well, that's what we're going to hope for.
Then we have to hope for that.
Yeah. Marilyn.
When I was listening to the news this morning, it's so much worse than I thought it was. I mean, I thought it was terrible, but when I'm hearing now the way it's being explained and how the case is being built, especially by the Democrats, I thought to myself, this is terrible. I thought it was the pits, but this is even, more dramatic, more traumatic. And the way he went after people, not just their identity, but their lives. He threatened people's lives. And he pushed them into a corner and scared their children and their families. And people, when Barr said, he said to him, this is BS, and before he quit, right to his face, he said, your idea of stealing the election is BS, and he walked out. And so the one thing that I have so much admiration for is Pence. The fact that this morning they said that Pence took an oath, and more than listening to one man, he listened to what he took an oath for, to serve his country, not this one man. And then how he kept, even at the rally, saying, let Pence do the right thing, let him do the right thing. And he did that all the way up till the time that they went and started to rampage the Capitol. He was still on Pence's case. So the fact that we have one of the two leaders that we can admire, I am so proud of Pence to have stood his ground. It says so much for our country.
Paula, and then Elaine.
Marilyn, what you were saying is so exactly true. He's like an abuser who grooms a child for abuse, or somebody somebody who has a sex slave. It was methodical and it was deliberate and it was planned. And I think that's what the Democrats are doing a very masterful job of laying out. And I'm hoping that that little fragment of morality that Pence had will have a spark in some of the other people who are there as well.
Yes, I agree with you.
Yeah, yeah.
Elaine,
Okay, I agree with Howard and Joyce that we should move on, except that what Trump has done for the last 4 years was give bullies the right to be bullies. Now, no, if he doesn't have any consequences, it gives people or the country the right to do whatever you want, and if you're important enough not to have consequences. I mean, it is something. Now, to just point out something, we have some friends who were donors at a hospital. They give money to the hospital. Well, of course, they've gotten the vaccine way ahead of time. Now, thanks to my oldest granddaughter, we're going this weekend, but every morning she has gotten up and tried to put us on a site. Okay, so it is so one-sided, and we need to get back to I hate to sound like an old person, but I am. And we need to get back to old values where people mattered. And when you did something, you were responsible for what it is. And he needs, I agree with Paula that he'll probably be a felon and won't be able to run. But we need to say, okay, this was wrong. And if you can look it up in some place in the Senate records that they did what was the right thing to do, it would be a miracle.
it would be a miracle. I want to talk about the vaccine for a hot minute. I brought up here, I do think that getting the vaccine is it's just easier for people who are computer literate.
No kidding.
And so I'm talking to Rabbi and Holly, Rabbi, to everybody here that, you know, maybe we could start something here and either matching people up or helping people get the vaccines, because I think there's going to be more and more. And I know a lot of our seniors, and I call them my people, you know, people on my programs, you know, may have a hard time, and you know, maybe we could help. Paula, do you want to say
Well,
something?
I was going to say, it's a full-time job. And we were on it full-time, and I was fortunate enough to get my first job because I'm a registered nurse, and they were still doing 1A at the health department. My niece found Bob a shot in the middle of the night somewhere on a site, and we have been trying for weeks. So there's a great disparity in accessibility. We're computer literate, but it's a full-time job, and you have to just get lucky or know somebody.
Yeah.
And it didn't be that way.
Yeah. Pamela?
I would just like on the list of people that were 1A, there's the Down syndrome group. I don't know if anyone has been actually on the county and you see. So that was very interesting to me because I wanted to know, I happen to have a chronically ill young adult, and I wanted to know why that particular group. And I've been doing a little bit of research, and of course, no one will say, but what it comes down to, some manager at Lake County finally told me, you know, the Down syndrome community has a lot of clout in DC. Okay. A little shocking because really it's, I don't want to say arbitrary, but I have no idea how that one group got into 1A. It's shocking to me, but, and then, you know, nobody could give me an answer. So just very, you know, kind of what Elaine was saying, it is political, which is,
Yeah.
You know, you would hate to think that our
I will say, you know, Down syndrome, they do have, you know, there's a weakness around the heart, and this is, you know,
Right.
COVID,
Immune
you
system.
know, yeah.
totally splitting hairs. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I could give you 5 other categories that could fill the same thing. I'm just saying. And all I have to say is, thank goodness the autism group, who is a very, very powerful group. And I'm not battling them. I'm just aware my son is not autistic. But if the autistic group had health issues, they would be on that list too, because they're a very strong, organized group. And that's, good for them, I guess.
Yeah. Blair and then Paula.
I'm finding it to be very random in terms of who's getting the vaccine and who's not getting the vaccine. And sometimes it has to do perhaps with computer literacy, although, as Paula mentioned, being computer literate, and just, I got a random invitation after trying to get on and get an appointment, and it was just random. It was a random based on participation in a not my group's website. And but it's interesting that in other states, other states are much less organized and efficient in their delivery system. So,
Yeah.
So we should be grateful for the fact that we are getting the quantity. And when you get the opportunity to go and have your appointment, it is amazingly organized and efficient.
Yay.
Where did you go, Blair?
Joyce? Oh, go ahead.
So I was at the University of Illinois.
Oh, okay.
And Joyce, go ahead.
I've registered in about 5 or 6 different places, and I keep following them to see, and I certainly am qualified. I'm over 65 by a good 20 years now almost, and I have not heard a word from any of the sources, and I am being patient. Thankfully have no health issues to worry about, but I don't think that this state can be applauded at this time for the ability of keeping up with those who are even in the top category for need.
Yeah, I mean, I also think that this goes back to Trump. I'm sorry that, to put every state out there like 52 pickup is just crazy. I see Joan, then Howard, and then Pamela. Joan.
Well, I think it is a very unfair system. We just got them because my grandson is computer literate. My son-in-law is also computer literate, but he was on the computer for like hours and didn't get anything. It's crazy. Yeah. And I think it's very, very unfair. And North Shore Hospital, or whatever this is, has a terrible system.
Right.
So I don't know if any of you are on that, but I found that's very bad.
Did Dougie do it, Joan?
No, Dougie didn't. My other grandson who works, in computers, and he can get, someday I'll tell you all how he did it. Was bizarre.
I listen, there's going to be stories and stories. Paula, did you have something? Oh no, Pamela. And then Howard, sorry. All right, Howard, then Pamela.
Go ahead, Howard.
Okay, thanks. I had a very interesting experience. I am computer literate. And first I was told that if you wanted to get on a Walgreens site, that you would wait until after midnight, and they would open up the following day once it was midnight. So I did that for a week straight and got nowhere. Couldn't get they wouldn't change the date. So that was a failure. Then a friend of ours called up and gave us a code that we could call, and this was through the Aurora system. And we went on that code and we got an appointment. When my wife found out that the appointment code that we had was strictly for 1A, she called up and canceled because she didn't feel it was right for us to, when we were in 1B, that we shouldn't go to 1A. So then we heard from another friend that if you went to the University of Illinois in Chicago, that you could get on their list, but you had to have one of their doctors. We didn't have one of their doctors. So what we did was we made an appointment for an ear exam with one of their doctors, both of us, and we went down there last Thursday. Well, while we were down there, we got a ticket making us eligible for a COVID shot, which would have been given yesterday. As long as we were down there, and if you remember last Thursday, there was a terrible snowstorm in the afternoon. So we walked over to the center where they were giving these COVID shots. And we said, look, we're not scheduled till next Tuesday for our shot, but it's supposed to be below zero next Tuesday. And it's snowing now and we're already here. Is there any chance we can get in now? And they checked with someone and they said, yeah, there's another line over to your left. And we went there and there were about 3 people in line. And these were people that had already been set up for a test, but for the COVID shot, but they were said to wait. And if there was an opening, they would get them in. Anyway, it took about 5 minutes. We got in, we got our shots. We got our next appointment for the next shot, which is next Thursday. And it was done, but it was just a matter of luck by hearing that. As far as calling these numbers, like I'm in Lake County, to call that number and they tell you that the fairgrounds are going to open up. Well, that may be in 2 or 3 weeks, and then you've got to get in line for that. It could be a month before you get your first shot. So I don't really have a good answer except keep trying. That's all I can say.
It seems to be luck and happenstance. Pamela.
Yeah.
So I have, because I'm a caregiver, I have permission to go, and I had an appointment at the fairground, but when I click on it, it says there's no vaccines available right now.
Right.
So I have an appointment, but they're waiting. They won't let me have it right.
Right.
Yeah, and I think that, it's just like that all over. I mean, we're waiting for the supply. It's, and then some of this, I'm not sure if it's Pfizer or Moderna, but it has to be frozen. So once they unfreeze it and somebody doesn't come and you're there at the right time, then you can get it. And I think we're going to hear a lot of stories about that. But the other thing that I wanted to talk about, and I'm just going to share this for 1 minute, I said to some of you is, let's see, what's this? Reach the Jews of colors say, count us in. And this is an interesting article. Everybody on that cover is Jewish, you don't look Jewish. And in this article, it said 1 in 7 people are 1 in 7 Jews are a Jew of color. It's time to learn more about the lived experiences and perspectives of Jews of color. And I think, and the Union for Reform Judaism is doing a lot for this. But the one thing, there's certain things that I never thought of before I did a deep dive into Jews of color. After, what was the name of that synagogue in Pittsburgh? Tree of Life. Tree of Life. I remember. After the shooting at Tree of Life, and I will never forget this. It happened Saturday morning, Shabbat. And I was on a text chain with the rabbis and Cantor, with everybody here, what should we do? What should we do? And that Sunday, Joyce Schrager was speaking, Joyce Schrager and June Sochin, sisters, twins, I think. Anyway, and we had a service beforehand. But after that, we had security at every, for a while we had it when there was a meeting, and it balanced out, but every Friday night, every Saturday morning, and when school.
Yeah.
And one thing that Jews of color have said is that when you have a policeman or you have some type of security person, and our person, who's usually here, his name is Mike, he's lovely, he's a retired cop, but he, they're trained to say, who are you? What are you coming for? And I think a lot of Jews of color were stopped when we all put security in. at synagogues. So my question to you, and discuss amongst ourselves here, you know, and after the Tree of Life, we met with somebody who, again, a retired policeman, of what, you know, what should we do? You know, because we are not security experts. I know, I may know what the Torah portion of the week is, you know, I can barely transfer you if you call on the phone to somebody else in the office, but, and security is not, you know, what do I know about that? And he said, and I remembered this because it was a couple of years ago, he said, you know, it's low probability, but high risk. That if something happens, it can go very bad very quickly. And so, you know, the question is how do you deal with that? And, you know, Jews of color will say that now with, of course, we've been virtual for a year, so they're not saying it. But, you know, when we have this security, you know, they get profiled out.
Right.
So what, Paula and then Joyce, and then Elaine.
Has anybody on the call read the book by Mara Gad, The Color of Love? And she was ostracized within our, you know, her own synagogue, where she was a speaker because of her color. I read the article that you sent, Vanessa. I had no idea 1 in 7 Jews identify as people of color. I had no idea it was that high a proportion.
Yeah.
This is, you know, white privilege. I mean, we're just not in the mindset to understand fully that if your skin is different, you are looked at differently. We try to be sensitive to it. You know, I don't know how we can stop profiling people in that way.
Yeah. Joyce and then Elaine, and
I just have a brief comment. First of all, I think that number 1 in 7 is totally ridiculous. Having known the Jewish population throughout our lives, and it's a long life, I don't see 1 in 7 of them being of color. But I will say that I think,
Joyce, not that everything we read is true. The people you know, we're talking about young people and the next generation coming up. It's not just, you know, 1 in 7 here at Macomb Solel Lakeside.
I agree, but it's also, I think it's good that they put that out that way, because I think today's generation is much more open to accepting and to appreciating the idea that we are all of many colors, if you will, diversified, and that as Jews, we have to embrace and accept anyone who is of our faith rather than of our skin color. And I don't think that our congregation would have any problem with that. I did have lunch one day when I first joined when I joined Lakeside, with a Black member of the congregation, and we had a beautiful conversation. I've forgotten her name. I have to apologize because it's many years ago. But she explained, I asked her how difficult it was to be in the environment of a Jewish congregation and have the skin color that she obviously could not hide. And she said that in our favor, I felt good. She said she felt that she was comfortable, but she was aware that she was a standout when someone initially met her. Yeah. And I think today, though, today's world will be far more
inclusive. I agree. So Elaine and then Blair. Elaine, did you want to, you're muted, Elaine.
I've lived in Highland Park for a long time. And years ago, when people had Black maids and they would stay for Shabbat and do the dishes, they were profiled on the highway going either back to Waukegan or into the city, and it happened all the time. So we have evolved somewhat. It is going to take, not in my lifetime, maybe, as Joyce said, my grandchildren are a lot more accepting than I am. Even I try not to be prejudiced, but I am not, as if they are much more accepting. And I think what is happening now it in a lot of religion. As the Jews went a few years ago, the kids became Buddhists because they were looking for something. I think that a lot of Black children are looking for something different. And maybe that's where the 1 in 7, they're young people who are looking for answers. But it is not going to change instantly. And if you looked at, getting back to the Trump riots, most of them were white. Okay, there were not, I mean, I didn't see the whole thing, and I'm just looking at it from yesterday, but they were predominantly a white, lower middle class, which looked to me, people. They were not Black people.
Yep. Blair, what were you going to say?
I'm going to say that as we become a much more multicultural, multi-ethnic country, white individuals are becoming more and more the minority. And I think that from a security standpoint, that anybody entering into any space today, whether it is Congress or the library or the 7-Eleven, needs to be aware of the fact and be sensitive to the fact that it is a protective means to ensure that they are treated respectfully and that there are no problems. And I have found the security, Mike, and the security individuals at Macomb to be very welcoming. And what we are looking for is to continue that welcoming nature of Macomb so that people feel included. Whether if you're a new person, regardless of what you look like, you want to feel welcome. And so it's up to us to continue that.
So I think you bring up a good point. All right, Marilyn, go ahead.
No, let's hear your good point.
So my good point is this. So first of all, profiling, which is taken to the nth degree and has been successful, is in Israel. They profile.
Class, honey.
They profile, you know, before you get on the plane, you know, when they're here, and you fly, they profile, and they're good at it, and they've been doing it for a long time. But what Blair said is there's right now, these terrorists, Tree of Life, they're white. These are white men, predominantly. There's some women who are, you know, who are very, very dangerous. And so we have to look at everyone coming into the building. Marilyn.
Yes. Well, the African-American population goes way back until in colonial times. And by the, I'd say, mid-18th century, there were enough conversions that there were enough generations that by the end, mid-18th century, there were Jews who were Black African Americans and in the Caribbean, and they came from Ethiopia. And then some of them left and they went on to New York. And so therefore, paths take you all these different directions. But we cannot forget that this was not just something that occurred in the last many years, it's centuries that we've had Black African population. And what about the Ethiopian, the flights that went back and forth and brought Jews into Israel, and then the hard times that they had in Israel trying to find a place for themselves. So we can be so proud that we have that ancestry. And I would say that there's probably a lot of mixed blood at this stage of time in our lives, that there are a lot of people who can trace their ancestry back to those days.
We're also working hard at Macomb Solel Lakeside. We have diversity equity and inclusion, DEI. I always have to think about it, but we're really looking at, you know, our membership forms, kind of looking at everything to see, you know, because we want people to feel welcome when they come, and how can we do that? How can we do that? And speaking of being inclusive, I have one more thing. I gotta fight. Is this, yeah. I brought up the Jews of Colors. It's Black History Month, and it's Jewish Disabilities Month. And this was a great article on, you know, awareness, acceptance, and inclusion. And I think that after being on, I'm gonna stop sharing so I can see well. There's some people who have been able to come to services and programs for the first time this year because it was virtual. And, you know, we talk about silver linings of the pandemic and so, but I think that as we go forward, we're going to have to think about how we're going to be inclusive. Why couldn't these people, you know, make it in? Because we have ramps and, you know, I think we have that physical infrastructure, although I'm pretty sure here the bathrooms now are, you know, ADA accessible. And we did that at Legacy Lakeside, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago. And we redid the bathrooms, and someone said, Vanessa, you need to advertise this. I said, what am I going to say? Now we're ADA accessible. Now we have an elevator. And I said, you can't say that. I mean, we were grandfathered in, as I'm sure Sowell was. And we had a second floor, and we put in an elevator. And I once had a child, talk about white privilege. She'd gone skiing and she had broken a leg and an arm.
Oh,
Right. But she couldn't come because we didn't have a bathroom. We didn't have I could move the classroom downstairs, but I didn't have you know, an elevator. So I think now when we go to build a building, we think about so many different things than we did when these buildings were built. We think about technology. We think about being green. We think about being inclusive. And those things are all for the better. And it'll be interesting to see as we go on Macomb Soleil Lakeside of what things we're going to keep from this year and how to continue. We've just started talking about High Holy Days for next year. And, you know.
Well, you know, it's going to be interesting, Vanessa, it's going to be interesting to see what NSRA has done with the old building, because, you know, they bought Lakeside. Right. And there are going to be people there that are blind and in wheelchairs. NSSRA is North Shore Special Rec, and they are going to be holding day programming there for all kinds of people with disability. So I've seen some of the things. It's really great. The building, the way it was, really lent itself to this because they're putting all the offices upstairs where the classrooms were, and they're going to put windows up there so they'll be able to look down over the programming. And for me, it's like this major, totally cool thing that the old temple is now this wonderful building.
that's
Yeah. All
great,
right. So
Pam.
what did they do with the sanctuary? And then Joyce.
You know, they hadn't gotten there yet. That they were holding off on that. They were going to use it as an auditorium right now.
Yeah, I'm dying to see the inside.
So right now, it's still auditorium. Yeah, so me too. Unfortunately, construction got halted, but
oh yeah.
No.
All right, Joyce and then Paula. You're muted.
I just wanted to say that I am a person that is personally delighted to have the ability to attend classes, particularly in the evening, through Zoom and not have to drive because I don't like to drive at night. My question is will it be possible when everything goes back to what we consider no longer the major threat to have a class that could be taking place in person at the temple as well as Zoom at the same time?
Well,
would there be a possibility?
Yes, I think that's a distinct possibility, and I think yours truly is going to have to work it out, the adult classes. And maybe you're going to see a lot of my face, but yeah, I think that's I don't see how we can't. And I also think, listen, the other thing that went online is the board meetings. And so the first online board meeting, and I was texting with Ashley, and I said, oh my gosh, everyone's at home. They're going to talk until midnight. When you're at the synagogue, at least people are like, I gotta go.
Right.
I'm gonna end this. And I was like, they're all, talk. Ross, spoiler alert, Ross has kept it to 2 hours and it's fantastic. I think there's some things that are going to just be on Zoom because also that Sunday when we had the Tu B'Shvat thing, it was a blizzard. If that had been in person, we would have, do we cancel, yes, no, yes, cancel, no cancel. So having the ability to be virtual is something that we were forced into doing, but I think it's going to have to stay. Marilyn.
Yes. Well, you touched a subject that's close to my heart because I haven't worked in the field for a long time, but special ed is my degree and my passion. And I was just wondering, and I never really found out what Macomb has for education for students with special needs. I'm a real believer that everybody should have the opportunity. There isn't any child, regardless of what their strengths or weaknesses are, that they can't learn or perform. And even bar and bat mitzvahs, if a child with special needs can go up to the Torah and read one sound or one word, they should be given the opportunity to have that blessing in a very short service.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know it.
And so what are we doing about that?
Well, I can only tell you what we did at Legacy Lakeside. Pamela can tell you, Wiley, who I think we heard before.
No, that was Chase. That was Chase. You heard.
Got to.
We had other, people, Louis Smart, who is Marlene Schwann's son. And I would, if anybody called me, I'd say, yes, of course you can become a bar mitzvah or bat mitzvah. We'd have to ask Ashley what's happening with the kids. I don't really know. I couldn't, I don't know. Paula.
I just wanted to speak to the advantage of being on Zoom. Our first year of membership when the synagogues merged, we unfortunately got turned away from the parking lot because my husband had had open heart surgery, had a handicap parking sticker. There was no more accommodation for handicap cars. And so we weren't able to attend services.
That's terrible.
Yes, it was. And it left a very bad taste in our mouths.
Sure.
And so a partial Zoom for people who have considerations, would be very much appreciated.
You guys
So-
should have gone inside. I'm sure someone would have helped you work something out.
I did go inside and no, they didn't.
That's terrible.
Yes, it was not a good experience.
Because, I mean, especially, was there a guard on duty that night?
Yeah. Yes, there was a
Because his
policeman, there was a
car could
guard.
have been placed alongside
All of it was there. We
and
were
he
told
could
it
have-
was-
if
Listen,
you left-
I said to
you
them,
left your keys, then if he had to move the car, he could have
Well,
done that. He could have been placed along the
Well, you
sidewalk.
don't put
we
cars along.
know all of that, but at that moment, we weren't going to make a scene. So we went home.
That's
We
terrible.
tried and we went home.
Yeah.
So it wasn't, it was the first year, it wasn't the greatest.
right.
And we stuck around, we're still here, we came back. Yay.
Yay.
And those kinds of things get worked out over time.
Yes, and we're going to have to. And I think
Right.
I froze before, but there's going to be people who are going to self-select out this year, that are going to be worried about coming in. Okay, it's great seeing everyone. Marcia put in the chat which, yep, there it is, that JF, if you're in Rabbi's class, the pawnbroker is on jfi.org. So people might want to look at that. Thank you, Blair, for your lovely words. And oh, the other thing, while I've got this group, the other movie.
You froze. Vanessa, you froze.
I gotta go. Bye, everyone.
Bye, Pam. It was nice meeting you.
I'll see you next week.
I guess we're over, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, Vanessa?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, she must have ended.
It was
Yeah.
good visiting with all of you. Have a good week.
Yeah.
Have a good week. Have a good week, everyone. It was nice.
Yeah,
Just
everybody. Bye, Howard.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Blair.
Bye, everybody. Bye,
Bye,
Marilyn.
everybody.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Bye, Marcia.
Bye.
Bye, Joan. Bye, Marcia.
Bye, Marilyn. See you at the next one. In
Yes.
Arizona, I'm loving anything virtual.
Oh, that's so great. I wish I were there. My kids live there.
Yeah. Well, I wish I were in Chicago. I miss the cross-country skiing.
Oh, it's a
And I
little
miss my
cold though.
friends, all my biking friends, but I keep in touch with them, with Zoom and everything. And
Good, good. It's a
That's it.
little cold. It's a little bitter to cross country right now, but when it
Yeah, I
warms up,
noticed.
my kids went last week. It was beautiful in the Heller Park.
Well, my claim to fame is I was on my bike when it was 18 degrees and I was cross-country skiing when it was minus 12.
Wow,
So,
you're brave.
thank
But with
you.
our masks now, we can go out in the cold.
Yeah.
Take care, Marcia. Be well.
Thank you. You too. It's always nice to see you, Marilyn.
I
Take care.
feel the same
Yeah.
way. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Vanessa.
I don't know that she can hear us, but take care.